Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 24 allies. We're going up against 17 enemies. And we are off with Delay TV in first place. Katakrak is in second. Arcten is in third. Mrs. Hyde takes over third. Katakrak is in third. Mrs. Hyde takes over first. Delay takes over first again. Mrs. Hyde is in second. Katakrak is in third. And we've got nothing. We're done. We've won. Delay TV is in first place, 9 kill, 1 assist. Mrs. Hyde is in second place, 9 kill, and Katakrak is in third, 5 kill, 1 assist. We've got gold and the captain's not there. We've got flying rogues that no one is currently claiming. So, Delay TV's gets blah. Delay TV gets wings. Zipibo gets gold. And we move on to an insane battle before the super boss. And what am I putting down? Another tank. Another tank. And it is past 8 a.m., so I need to clear this. Alright, so after that, come on, clear this. It's gotta be musketeers and assist. Okay. Time to go visit the shop where fairies get purchased. And I'm okay. So I was above 20. I got a refresh. I'm above 25. I get another refresh, and I'm above 30. So a last ooh, fairies. And we are done. That is that. So half an hour to see how this turns out. And now to look in on the viewer side where archers get purchased. I am above 50k. I get a refresh. I'm above 55. I get another refresh. I am above 60. And okay, that is that. So let's bring this unit up a level. And that is that. And good morning, everyone. Good morning, Ekla. How are you doing? Welcome to Tuesday, second day of the work week. For those of us, who work under that schedule. I hope you've had a good start to the week. I hope you are energized for the rest of it. I hope things went well yesterday. My day went well. I had a medical checkup in the morning, and that came back with a clean bill of health. So I'm pleased. After that, in the afternoon, I wrote a chapter of the Captain's Heart, so quite pleased with that too. Yeah, I'm fine. I am doing well. Had a nice, relaxing morning. Good, good result from my medical yesterday. So, yeah. This morning, it is read and corrects. For those who are new to this, these are when I read chapters from my books, correct them as I go. And while I do the reading, I record them. So I will be ignoring the chat in the process. And should a reading run long, the stream reader battle will be delayed. To minimize the chances of that happening, I will, and you will lurk for writing. All right, Ekla. I will start this now by confirming the microphone is on, turning, okay, looks like the desktop audio was already off. Not sure why. I am on the correct page. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 68 of The Captain's Heart. Forgot to bring that up. Jeremy pushed himself deeper into the water, following the side. Pushed himself deeper into the water, so I don't need down. Following the side, when he reached the bottom, the limit people could swim in, he was surprised at how smooth the surface was, or how little suction he felt against his hand resting again. I felt with his hand resting against it. It certainly wouldn't hold him down if he stopped swimming. He hadn't considered the logistic of water exchange in a reservoir people swam in, especially furred people, but a harsher system had been what he'd expected. Something twinkled in the distance, and he swam toward it. Another aspect was how gentle the water was. Unlike the pool in Einstein, keeping his eyes open didn't cause him problems. He supposed that since it was the water they'd ultimately drink, overtreating it wouldn't be advisable. The item was a tablet. It had no visible damage, but wouldn't turn on. Power probably didn't reach this deep or covered this part of the room at all. There would be no need to maintain a charge in the middle of the reservoir. Another item turned out to be a collar. The attachment point had broken off. Further away was an earring. It surprised him. He couldn't remember seeing a Calcarian wearing jewelry. There was something else, but his lungs were demanding air. He controlled his rise to avoid damaging his eardrum. He'd never been much of a diver, but he'd received the usual warning back on Earth about how too fast of a change in pressure could cause damage. It would suck to have to end his disenjoyable outing with a visit to medical because he'd been careless. He broke the surface and took a deep breath. He'd pushed further than he'd expected with his underwear exploration. "Jer!" Growler yelled, and he saw how far he'd moved from most of the swimmers and his heart. The panic in his voice registered after a Calcarian was swimming in his direction. Others were pointing at him. Had something happened? Galgaran grabbed him, his momentum causing them to spin. "Are you all right? What happened? You were gone so long. Why did you swim so far?" "I'm fine," Jimmy replied with a chuckle. I just wanted to see what the divider was like, then found a few things." He raised a tablet, collar hearing. "There's more down there if people have lost stuff." Okay, so more than if. Okay, there's no if there. There's more down there. Okay, if people are looking for the stuff they lost. What were you thinking? You were under for more than 2 minutes. You could have drowned. Closer to 5. By the way, my lungs felt when I surfaced. His heart stared at him. "You could have..." He considered something. "How long can you hold your breath?" "A good 5 minutes, maybe a bit less." I didn't bother with breath holding exercises while on Einstein. What's going on? "Let's swim where we can have our feet on solid surface." What about these?" Gagarin shrugged. "You can drop them. There's an automated sweep every week. Maintenance will see about returning them. Or you can leave them in the lost box in the undressing room." He pushed Jeremy towards the shore. Once he had his feet under him, he turned to face his heart. "Okay, how about an explanation?" He looked around at the awe that was directed at him. "You were underwater so long." He laughed. Come on, it wasn't that long. Disbelief met this statement from more than Gralgaron. Okay. How long can you hold your breath? I don't break a minute, his heart answered. Others gave their own answers, and most were in seconds, with only the occasional one above a minute. The record is 2 minutes, 8 seconds, someone yelled. No, he replied in disbelief. I think the record is somewhere close to 30 minutes. The silence was such, Jimmy realized the ventilation system had a soft hum. Do all Earthers hold their breath as long as you? Gagarin asked. No. Breath training comes as part of all the swimming I used to do. I think the average is around 3 minutes. Are you seriously telling me a minute is as long as a Kelsarian can hold his breath? Not even that, I expect. People gave numbers, and as best as you're made out, 50 seconds seemed to be the agreed upon one. It left him stunned. They all looked fit, and their chests were no smaller than his. The rest of the swim, he had to fight the urge to vanish on the water as a response to how protective his heart became. When they had enough, they headed to their quarters, where Jeremy let Gargeron know he wasn't in constant need of protection. Then they made up. Jeremy had refused Thurok and Prateros' invitation to relax at a club when they left engineering. He knew why they made the effort, and he probably needed the distraction after the shift he'd had. The engineer had been unusually unreasonable for some reason. It wasn't like Jeremy had suggested they overhaul his precious reactor. He just pointed out a more effective way to distribute power, and in response, he'd gotten the "you're not the engineer" speech. Then 10 minutes of how those changes would remove space, and it had been all he'd been able to do not to snap. It was empty space. It wasn't like someone lived there. His mood hadn't improved over the hours until the shift ended, and now all he wanted to do was, Zanila does love me, someone said. I was hoping to come across my favorite Earther. Stifling a sigh, Jeremy turned to face the speaker. Then let the sigh out. I am in no mood, Quartermaster. The Cassarian raised his hands, smiling and looking around nervously, although Jeremy was starting to get the sense it was just how the guy was. Too much energy or something. I have no plans. No plans. I just wanted to give you something. With a flick of the hand, he had a data chip between his two fingers. Jeremy's wonder at the act of prestidigitation quickly gave way to suspicion. What is it? It's come to my attention you were missing another Earther drink. He offered the chip. It's the print recipe for scotch. How did he even know about that? It was certain Gragaran wouldn't have told him, and his desire for the drink couldn't have come up more than twice in public, and Jeremy was certain the guy hadn't been around either time. Still, he'd come through with coffee. Was the price? Nothing. The quartermaster replied, sounding offended. I've been warned to never trust gifts from you. The guy grinned. Your heart and I have a complicated relationship. It makes him not see me in the best and not see the best in me. Others have corroborated his warning. He sighed. As Anila Haran watches over me, I have no ulterior motive with this gift. Think of it as one expatriate officially welcoming another to the ship. I know how difficult it can be. Jeremy paused in reaching for the chip. You're Kelsarian. How difficult could it have been? I'm Tahalan, the quartermaster countered. It leads people to think all sort of wrong things about me and my intentions. He grinned. Jeremy worried about that smile, but for scotch, he'd take the risk. Thank you. He took it. It's my pleasure. That grin again. Then he turned and walked off. Remember, Jeremy Bradshaw, whenever you need something to help you deal with the stress of your life, I'm easily found. In your dreams. Jeremy sighed as he sipped the drink and let the alcohol burn his tongue. It burned in just the right way as it went down his throat and warmed warned, although warmed the anger away. He'd have no choice now. He'd need a way to properly thank the quartermaster. Not that he'd tell him that. He was sure the man had many suggestions as to how he could do it. Jeremy watched the Kelsarian walking on the treadmill, and they were all walking. Not one of them seemed to raise the speed above a brisk walk, and when they did, within 5 minutes, they ended the exercise. And I don't need a fairly. The exercise winded. Fairly is a filler word. It almost never belongs there. There's almost always better ways of saying it. He checked the machine, and it could go up to a moderate running speed for him. And since the person from custodial wasn't there yet, and he was dressed in loose pants, he got on and started running. The woman next to him nearly tripped off her treadmill when she glanced in his direction. "I'm well," she said when he started asking. The awe in her voice made him consider stopping, but others were already watching him. There was something empowering about being looked at with a mix of awe and envy, he realized. If the machine could go faster, he expected he'd set off at a sprint. Someone stepped onto the machine to his other side and matched his speed, but stopped after less than 3 minutes. Someone replaced them. He found it hard to fight the sense of superiority as Kelsarian after Kelsarian stepped on the treadmill at either side and failed to keep up. While he barely felt winded. It wasn't better, he reminded himself, just different. But after noting all the ways in which Kelsarians outperformed him, it felt good to find one they couldn't even approach him at. He didn't keep solid track of their time, but the longest lasting was a woman with the tight physique of someone who worked out hard, which, for Kelsarian, would mean she fought a lot. She had to stop somewhere around 4 minutes. "Jeremy Bradshaw," a woman said. "Did you ask for one of us so you could give us a sense of how much stamina you had?" He had to catch on to the guard as the loud innuendo in her tone hit him. Then he stopped it and stepped off, his breathing mildly labored. "No, sorry. I got curious while waiting for you, and I'm with Gralgaran, my heart, at least. But most Kelsarian, that was enough for them to stop with the hints. In that case, how can I help you? How can I help?" She was dressed much like other Kelsarians, a vest and pants. Hers in a tan over her white fur. The one item on the vest of note was a banner over the right breast with the flower of Denirag on it. Graal said I needed custodial approval to set up my weight training machine. He took out his tablet. "This is the closest leisure alley to our quarters." He brought up the plans with dimensions. It had ended up being larger than those at the gym on Einstein, but it wasn't like he had original plans to start from. There had been nothing about weight training within Kelsarian database on the ship, so and I'm not going to say it here, but at some point I need to bring it up that he didn't think to ask for other species, because I cannot have only humans doing weight training. Kelsarian database on the ship, so all he had was his memory and what he needed it to do. He'd be the only one using it, so it didn't matter how streamlined it was. Weight training? She studied the plan. They're human exercises with the help of weights. This machine will use gravity controls to let me adjust that as I need. She nodded. "You understand that by setting this up in one of the alleys' room, anyone will be able to use it. I mean, that you might find the settings have been altered between your visits." "That's fine. I'll have a scanner compatible with the bracelets. It'll memorize where I'm at, and one swipe and it will reset everything there. I'm fine with other using it, although the sense I got from talking with my friends is that weight resistance isn't really something of interest." Expect that, other than a novelty, you will be the only person using it. I'll set it to only work after someone scans their bracelet and to reset to zero weight if they don't already have a profile. There won't be any exposed parts, so there won't be any danger of someone poking in and getting their fingers crushed. She handed his tablet back. I see no issues with letting you set this up in the alley. She took him to another room with a mix of tables for games and a few treadmills. It felt to him no different from the previous one in how spacious it was, but she indicated a section in the corner, and after entering something on her tablet, a space 3 times the volume of his machine was marked off. He didn't bother explaining he didn't need all that space. It would let him store the printed components until he was ready to assemble them, which meant now that he had this space, he needed to speak to Mechanical about borrowing one of their large-scale printers. Jeremy couldn't tell what had woken him, then movement brought him fully awake. Status? Gargaran said, collar held against his throat and earpiece in his ear. He nodded. All right, full stop. Have the frontline packs on shift go active. Wake Beta Zorfiel. This will certainly need her pack involved. I'll be there shortly. The hunt? Jeremy asked. Gergran nuzzled him. Yes, we've been following a trail of debris for a few days, and a long-range sensor picked up something out of the ordinary. Go back to sleep. I'll contact you with an update before your work shift starts. Okay. Then he was alone in the bed. Sleep didn't return easily without his heart at his side, but eventually it claimed him. And that concludes chapter 68 of The Captain's Heart. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to read, if you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Another one that I Mm. Battle Station. Everyone. Battle Station. We have 24 allies. We're going up against 50 enemies, and we are off. Mrs. Hyde is in first place. JR takes that over. Kiriki has killed an epic. Mrs. Hyde is in first. JR is in second. Helpful Onion is in third. I'm getting killed. I'm getting more kills than I expected, I'll be honest. I think I finished my quest. Mrs. Hyde is in first. Arc10 is in second. JR is in third. Helpful Onion has also killed epics. And we've got some people taking on the boss. And Mrs. Hyde kills the boss. And we're about to be done. There we go. We're done. We've won. Mrs. Hyde is in first place. 18 kill, 23 assists, earning themselves top position in both categories. Arc10 Telemetros is in second place. 6 kill, 12 assists. And JR 926 is in third, tied with Helpful Onion. 8 kill, 2 assists. We've got gold and, well, the captain's not there. We've got barbarians that no one is currently claiming. So, Helpful Onion gets barbarians, Katakak gets gold. And we move on. Oh, wait, that was not the super boss. Okay, we move on to the super boss. For some reason, I thought it was the super boss. Where? Okay, wait, what do you mean? Really? I could have sworn oh well. Okay. So, Musketeers. Musketeers. And, start here. Musketeers are rare. Yeah, so I'm looking at 3 hours to go through all my 4. But in the process, I will be able to get started on the Lancer quest. Not that I'm, actually, no, I won't. Because I only have 2 hours to do this. So it's not even worth it. Yeah, never mind. I'm not going to bother. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. And I will move on to the next chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I confirm I'm on correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you want to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 69 of The Captain's Heart. Gradron entered, and the beta stepped away from the center of the bridge. Update. We are at null momentum. Mongarthis, or Batilazan, said the trail of particle leads to what is at the limit of the sensors, and the beta nodded to we ram thick well the rim at the sensor. We picked up a stricture and determined it at this distance, but we have nothing on record anywhere near here. I confirm power usage. There's been no indication. There's the scans that were picked up since. Indication of active scans on their part? None alpha. Any communication from that location? No alpha. Giurani replied, nothing in any of the frequencies that carry, I don't need the can, that carry information. At that range, will their passive sensors detect us at our current power consumption? Passive doesn't detect power until we're about to impact with them, but they will be able to tell the broadband radiation propulsion emits out of the background at about 1 light year, but that will depend on the quality of their system. Tome, option to approach. Drift, the pilot replied. We ram, how close can I get to them if I only use one propulsor to slow us? One array will. Not one array, not an array, one. Let me run the numbers, the male replied. Can we even slow with just one of them? Giurani asked, and the beta cleared his throat. Apologies, Alpha. It is a valid question. Tome, it's my understanding one propulsor barely generates any momentum. Barely isn't none, Captain. It's all about how fast you need to get there and what sensor can tell me about when their sensors will pick up what I'm doing. Okay? Best I can work out is that unless they've got their hands on state-of-the-art equipment, they'll detect the emission of one propulsor when we ram them. I don't think that's the goal, the beta stated. And I'd like to be there before they are done doing whatever they are and move away. All right, so what's the fastest I can get us to a light? So what's the fastest I can get us to a light year and a half, just in case they have better sensor than we think pirates would from them, and be at a speed that lets us crawl to a stop before we hit them? Is 500 kilometers acceptable? I'd prefer not I'd prefer they not see us if they have camera pointed in our direction. Toman, we ram fick Joel Dirim chuckled. Unless we shine a light on them, Alpha, the sensor officer said, we are going to be nothing more than a dot among an infinite number of them. All right. Time frame, pilot. The fastest I can get us there without margin of error is 18 hours. You give me 28 and I can narrow that our arrival position to a micron. You have 28. Don't stress the precision. You have command, Beta Mongartis or or Batilizan. He stepped away from the center. The Beta took his place. Acknowledge, Alpha. Sensor, remain alert for indication they might have detected us. Pilot, be ready to come to a full stop as sensor reports detection. Com, monitor communication for anything trying to pass itself off as something else. Gagarin entered his office and called up the number rooster. 28 hours gave him time to activate as many packs as he thought he needed, but he didn't want to needlessly wake personnel who might be needed to defend the Bane if the pirate had ways to retaliate. He sent instruction to 18 frontline betas and 2 of his 3 covered ops betas. The door chimed. Enter. Tom walked in. The course is set. We'll be accelerating for the next 4 hours. Beta Mongardis will bring a pilot so I can rest and come back for the final part. I know you have a lot to do. I know you have to do a lot of alpha stuff to get ready, but I'm sure that can wait an hour while I help distract you and you can get back to this with a clear mind. Thanks, Tom, but the situation needs me to be ready at any moment. Once I'm done with this, I'm heading back to bed with Jer. All right, then I hope Zinila Aran shares your bed and you get to enjoy your heart and your rest. You too, Tom. His friend laughed and Gagarin contacted Mechanical. Captain, the female answered. Mechanic, what's the status of the boarding shuttles? Ready to go. As per beta the Cynical Dossier, we are getting both of the stealth shuttle ready. They'll have undergone full check before the end of the next shift. Thank you. Called up the beta's plan. It was rudimentary, since he had just informed her she'd be involved, but her intent to reach the ship's reactor was already there. Zorfiel would only file her plan once she had worked out all the details, but it would be with, well, yeah, it would be within time, with enough time for him to plan with. Yeah. For him to work with it. And around whatever his covered ops operation packs would do. With everything as prepared as he could for the moment, he headed to his apartment, his bed, and his heart. How confident are you? He asked the males, looking over the indistinct image of uh, looking over the indistinct. Yeah, I don't want on his desk, or the image is floating. The image floating. I've just given myself above his desk. He could make out the forms of 3 ships, and that one was little more than the infrastructure. But unlike Tom and Akla, Per Gadan, Wum Foltarel, he couldn't tell anything about what kind of ship they were. Definitive, Alpha, the hunter replied. He's going to want more than that, Tom sighed, whispered, then straightened. Sorry, Captain, but accurate. The male glanced at Tom, who nodded for him to take the lead. It was the first time the male had interacted with Groggeran as an active hunter instead of the sensor officer, and it showed. Maybe he needed to be part of the exercises, so they'd be used to him by the time they were called to action. May I, Alpha? He motioned to the projection, and Groggeran nodded. The male manipulated it with the skill of someone who spent a lot of time working around images, turning it and cutting out sections to set aside, then setting an identification algorithm on it and moving on to another section of the ship. My assertion that the skeleton of the ship is a Shimbari design is based purely on overall design of the structure, so I might be wrong, but he highlighted a smaller ship attached to the complete-looking one. That's a Storgan Kiramor Atharir. I'm certain of it. I served on the... He's not going to need quite that much, Tom said, smiling. Sorry, Captain. Gagrin kept from chuckling. We tracked down the Huronadialan, and that's their preferred ship. Weren't those pirates eliminated? Gagrin asked, and the male beamed. Yes, Alpha. At least as much as any of the Halans can be exterminated. They're like Mushmik that way, the way they're always reappearing. But I'm not saying it's them, just that is how I'm familiar with the design. It went out of production well over a century ago, but so many were put in service that a lot of them are still flying, if in need of constant work, which is what makes them cheap, Tom added. And we know how much Alans like cheap. Any idea what the other ship is? It was the one the hunters at the hunter had searches going on part of the design. Kersoteran, clearly, he replied, putting another part into its search. Of course, Tom said with mild sarcasm. Clearly, he tilted an ear at Galgeron's look. Their ship's not something I've ever gotten to know. There was never an inkling I'd fly one yet. All Galgeron knew of the Kersoteran ship was that is what he'd seen of them, more bulbous than streamlined. Something about them enjoying dens near the surface was the best he'd understood from the one time he'd asked one of them why their ship looked so weird. He'd been young and not as diplomatic as time had taught him to be. I'm trying to identify which of their design it is. Knowing that should give you more information to plan the trails of the hunt, Alpha. Everyone called up the information on the Ahithon Pride. Can it be that? He asked, making it visible to the working hunter. He looked, then moved the image aside to bring up a floating keyboard and typed with an ease that impressed him. Guggeran had never gotten the hang of those without a well for his claws to tap the bottom of. Yes. Enough common points. I'm confident in saying that this design matches the ship we're looking at. Any way to know which of the Halan clan we're dealing with? The hunter looked at him, momentarily confused. I'm sorry, Alpha. Identify the clan isn't something I studied, but there are no marking on the Kiramor. The database identifies as one of theirs. Thank you, Hunter. The information will be useful. Tom, please stay. Once the door closed, he continued. I've denied Zorfiel's request that you pilot the shuttle our pack will use to board the ship. Reason, Captain? He asked, his tone neutral. You mean other than you being a civilian? The fact you're the best pilot on the ship will let me approve your use on the hunts that requires that kind of skill, but I don't see that here. It's going to be a standard stealth approach that any skilled pilot can handle. Understood, Captain. The tone wasn't forced. Tom never sought to be in the action, but he also didn't shy away from it when needed. But you're also going to be awake handling our approach for 14 hours unless you've changed things. I haven't. And I want you here in case these pirates have an ambush planned for us. The Bane isn't a shuttle, and only an expert can get it to move in ways that can save lives when under fire. Thank you, Captain. I appreciate your confidence. You've earned it. Now, go. Unless you change things, you have 6 hours before you need to be at the helm. Go live. How about you? Gregran sighed. With the information you and Hunter Alka Prayer Dagan Wumford Torel brought me, I need to work out the assault plan. That's going to keep me busy until we need to start hunting. Remember to live, Growl. The hunt can't be everything for you anymore. I will. Thanks, Tom. Now go find someone to tire you out so you can get enough sleep. While he figured out how these pirates might make use of of both ships' layout to defend themselves. And that concludes chapter 69 of The Captain's Heart. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story, where it's actually ahead somewhat from when these chapters go live. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. Why are you still... Didn't I move you? Oh, that means I screwed up. That means this is not 68. Wait, it is 68. How the hell? No, okay, that's the text. Okay, that's where the mistake is. The text is fine. It's the file that isn't. Okay, well now I'm gonna have to go here because that's where 68. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Definitely did that wrong. Fortunately for me, it's actually relatively simple to fix it. There we go. Fixed. Right. Yes. It's February 8th, so that becomes 11. Battle station. Everyone, battle station. We have 28 allies. We're going up against 61 enemy on a super boss. That will be interesting. Katakrak takes the lead. Shosamom is in second, takes over first. Katakrak is in second. Maverick is in first. I'm not. Oh, right, because I got a. I'm ranged. All right, I said this was going to be interesting, and I'm not lying, but this is going way more in our favor than I thought. And yeah, definitely way more in our favor than I thought. But it's not done yet. We got 5, and we're done. Yep, we've won. Really, I just got 2 kills. And Mom is in first place, 21 kills, 10 assists. Maverick is in second place, 3 kills, 21 assists. And Mrs. Hyde is in third, 11 kills. We've got fairies and Deccanizers not there to take them. Therefore, Chumalion gets dusted. And we move on to a new board. And we'll have on this map gold and the boss. So we start with a hard battle on the way to the gold chest. And it's another musketeer for me. And I need to clear a quest. Oh, sorry, not quest. Raise a unit. And, yep. Half an hour to see how this turns out, and I need to deal with something. Give me a moment. And I will start on another chapter. By confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 70 of the captain's heart. You have the maps, Gargaran told his betas, raising his voice over the ruckus of the mechanical technicians going about finalizing the shuttles for departure. The two stealth shuttles had already left to ensure the hunters would be able to board both ships undetected, as well as the layouts of your target ships. We don't know if there are prisoners, but the most likely locations they would be held have been highlighted. They will be the priority of the pack boarding the Kersoteran ship. The pack with me boarding the Halan ship will be focused on disabling it. We do not want these pirates to escape justice. This is a rescue and capture hunt, but a dead Halan is better than a dead hunter. Do not show mercy to those who would kill you, to those who have already killed civilians. Hunters! We die so others live, the betas replied in unison. Not this hunt, he snapped and looked them over. Good hunting. They separated, none of the betas heading to their pack to their packs by a shuttle. I don't need there twice. The other 9 falling in behind him as he headed for their shuttle and the packs assembled next to it. Inside, he headed to the cockpit while the hunters strapped into their seats. Status, he asked the pilot. Mechanical reports were cleared to go on the hardware, she answered, not pausing on her preparation checks, waiting on blue light from command. Command, Gargaran said, returning to the back update. Stealth 1 and 2 will be at 3/4 of the way to their respective targets in. The beta in charge of the bridge for the duration of the hunt paused. 5, 4, 3, 2, now. You have blue light, frontline. I repeat, you have blue light. There are no indication the prey is aware we are here or that stealth are about to fall on them. Good hunting. The shuttle was already moving. Blue light having been relayed to the pilots. Shuttles, plural. Actually, no. Yeah, okay. He sat by the access to the cockpit, looking over the nearly 100 hunters waiting to be unleashed. As always, during a hunt, sitting felt wrong. The hunt was a time of action, of giving command, neither of which involved sitting. But while in ancient times the hunters were in motion as soon as the hunt was started, now, until the hunting ground was reached, he needed to sit and wait and use the time to review the Halan ship layout. Alexiana Karan had added information about the reactor and the kind of safeguard they might and the kind of safeguards that might be in place to keep from deactivating it, as well as what backup they might have. One of the betas had the deactivation procedure. His and the others' first job would be to see to him safely there. Then, once the ship couldn't move, they would begin the capture. Alpha, the pilot's voice came in his earpiece. I have just received blink code from Stealth 2. They are attached. Acknowledged. Blink code used laser beats. Laser beams to send the agreed-upon codes. It was tight enough that even at their distance, the sender needed to know the course of their target if they had a hope of hitting it, and only the beta knew it. It didn't ensure that the prey couldn't extract the information, but the hunters who train for covert operation received training to resist interrogation, and only the best made beta. He trusted Zorfiel to give her life before giving up the information. Okay, I did get that right. He stood forth from the door, waiting for the light to turn blue. It was an Alpha's prerogative, if they were on the front line or in command, but no beta would let them exit before the entry point was secured. If they were compromised, it would be their job to see to it the area was secured again or order the retreat. The light turned blue, and the two betas grabbed the door. With a nod, they pulled. It resisted, then moved into the shuttle. They hooked it, and the arm continued pulling it, then rising it over the door as well as the attached section of the outer hull was above them, out of the way. The three betas entered the space between the outer and inner hull. Blue light came over the comm, and Gagarin stepped in, taking his sidearm out of its holster. Beta 1, half point, he instructed, looking into the distance, his overlay marking zones in blue, green, yellow, orange, and red in order of potential risk based on what they knew of the ship's design and traditional Halan tactics. 5 and 6, blue safety is your priority. The rest of us are buffer and grinder. Our destination is engineering. Move. Gagarin ran back to the intersection, energy pulse zipping around him in both directions. Blue is secure, a beta said on comm. One has a casualty, another said. Each beta is reported in. Fortunately, the casualty was only one for now. He glanced around the turn, his overlay quickly highlighting forms in the smoke the pirates had thrown in an attempt to hinder their advance and retaliation. Not one of the Halans, they'd learned in the altercation. The Halans were families and didn't bring in other species. They'd made out Tuca Sorteran, a Taronian, and a Redoshi. He picked the slimmer of the biped form and fired. He hit the Taronian's torso and they'd fallen, but didn't know if the shots were fatal. He hadn't been able to make out what kind of armor they wore before the smoke became too thick. Roan, someone said further down the corridor, how do you feel about a cross and claws? About claws? Blah. How do you feel about cross-clawing? Oh, I'm always good for that. Give the signal. The hunter pushed to all four, feet pressed against the wall. Go! She burst up, running, firing into the thick smoke. Another ran from the opposite side, keeping low and also firing. Movement immediately after. Hunters taking advantage of the confusion Hunters taking advantage of the confusion to take. I don't like that. Taking advantage of confusion to find closer cover. Gagarin made it 2 intersections before return fire began. The detonation that was followed by silence, broken by a pained moan. The hunter rushed out, grabbed the down one, another detonation, and the wall behind him bowed in, shrapnel flying out and causing curses. Who the fuck uses kinetics in a ship? Someone demanded. Report, a beta ordered. 5-2 is down, shoulders gone. Our armors aren't designed for that kind of weapons. A painful voice said. Fine. 5-2, Gagarin snapped. Not this hunt. Not if they could help it, he fired. 10 Crudrons, it's a Taronian, someone said. Only they're crazy enough to be willing to blow the hull from the inside instead of being captured. 4, this is 8. Have your pack ready. We'll provide cover. You go rip their throats open. It will be our pleasure, 8. The signal was given, and the pack rushed in. Gagarin grabbed the Kelsarian female by the throat and slammed her against the wall. Motion deeper in the corridor, and he turned, raising her to take the hits. He fired around her lifeless body as he retreated inside engineering. Status, he called to the beta working the reactor. No safeguards in place, she replied, starting the shutdown procedures. So we're about to get meat running to be served. A hunter said, his smile audible. Well, if they let us do this, they know their food. So yeah, I'd be running right into the deadly hunters to keep them from stranding me too. Focus, a beta said. You can act like this is an academy ballad you're putting on for your parents when we're back home. Gagarin glanced in the corridor, and his overlay marked forms approaching. Incoming, he said, then fired. The hunters fired with him, forcing the running pirates to take cover. I guess there aren't any Taronians in this batch. the beta said, since not one of them fired at us and risked damaging the reactor. I so don't want to be here if they start shooting. Hunter said, I saw the documentary on what happens when an antimatter containment is breached. Fastest way to the forest, someone replied. Not this hunt. Gagaran and two betas said at the same time. Then they were firing at the pirates, attempting to advance again. He grabbed the Saladin by the scruff and easily threw him across engineering before they reached the reactor and the beta working at it. He'd addressed the question of how one of those easily flustered aliens had become a pirate when he was back on the Bane. For now, he had more important things to do, keeping the pirates from preventing the reactor shutdown. They'd been clever in that they'd stretched a firefight they had. They'd been clever in that they'd stretched the firefight they had run through. The firefight until the hunters had run through all the charge packs for their weapons, and had been forced to use parts of the walls as shield and gather around the reactor and his beta. This also meant the pirates weren't eager to fire at them. As had been pointed out, no Tahunians in this batch. The beta sighed, then the lights went out. Gagarin ran, dropping his shield, counting on his sight, adjusting to the near total darkness before he reached the pirates. Someone fired. One of the pirates had adapted faster, but he'd already made out the form of a Kersoteron. Before they knew it, he was on them, clawing at their stomachs, his gloves claws encountering armor. They grabbed him and easily threw him away. Kersoterons were strong. He was on his feet, running at them again. This time, they readied for him. Their dark sight wasn't as keen as Calcerian's, but good enough to make him out. They lunged, he ducked, brought his elbow under the chin and bit back pain. Thick bone, too. Kept forgetting that. Clawing soft tissue was about the only way to win at close combat with one of them. And this one was armored. He ducked the swing, blocked the next one, and paid for it with his arm going numb. Then he was blind as the lights came on and threw himself aside, rolling to his feet as the glare diminished. His opponent didn't wear a helmet. He ran, jumped to make up the difference in height, and dug his claws into the Kersorian throat, ripping it out as gravity pulled him to the floor. He didn't relish the kill. The hunt wasn't over. Engineer is secured, a beta declared. They're running on backup, someone else said. Erkran knew the voice, but didn't have the time to place it. He was busy securing the prisoners. From what I'm reading of the power, it's capacitor banks, so we don't have to worry about them having a backup to move the ship with. Thank you, 3-6. Trojar der Nigerin said. Return to the task. That should tell him who the hunter was, and it would, once he gave it some thought. He hauled the Calcerian with the others who had been restrained. Report, he ordered. 3 casualties, Alpha. 6 injured. 1 can no longer hunt because of them. They stay here with 1 full pack's worth of hunters. Guard our dead and the reactor. The rest of us, the hunt for the pirates now spread throughout the ship. Betas, restructure the packs. 1 is with me. The others move as you see fit. Good hunting. And that concludes chapter 70 of The Captain's Heart. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. And thank you very much for the subscription, Devilish. Welcome to my stream. I hope you are doing well. I hope you got enough sleep. And you may be happy to know that the Playing Tiger is actually set up for subscription now. It was a lot easier than I expected, slightly tougher than I think it should have been. Da, 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 da. Let's compile on that. Chapter 16. 16, so February 11th, so that's going to be February 13th. On my birthday! You're waiting for me to open the broadcast and subscribe to that? Oh, thank you very much. As I said yesterday, it will be 5 p.m. Eastern time. That's when I start my game. And yeah. All right, that is that. How are you doing today, Devilish? You're doing good. You're downsizing factories. Uh, did you research uh the did you research I don't know what it's called, but there's in the depot in the alien artifact thing, there's one of the research you can do that lets you put things into the depot from your inventory. If you have not researched that, you may want to. It is very practical. It lets you clear some of your inventory away and gives you a backup of items, when you're constructing after that. Diluted package fuel research has not been opened yet. Yeah, that's something you unlock with a drive. Um, hey, Colo, welcome to the stream. What are you up to today? All right. kinda existing, well, it's a good place to start. You can then move on to fully existing, and then you can move on to influencing the world around you. All right, so that's done. You can go here. You can be changed to this. What is this? I don't know. Probably don't need it. To be up here, and actually I should deal with it. You've got 8 drives you're researching, Devilish? Very cool. Told your prof, know where you're doing your paper till the 1st of the month. We have, and she was like, okay, just give me the paperwork so you can fuck off another half year. All right. Oh, that's what I forgot to do this morning. Thought I'd forgotten something. No, you can't eat from stress. Well, go do something that will help work off that stress. I don't know what it is. For some people, it's running. For other people, it's doing exercises. You are done. Your skateboard is broken. I'm sorry to hear that. Meh. That's pretty much part of the fun. I might be able to do that, but that'll be later. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 41 allies. We are going up against 50 enemies, and we are off. Tremalian is in first place. Scholzemom takes over that. Mrs. Hyde is in second. Mavin Maverick is in third. Kinzu takes over third. Mavin takes it back. Scholzemom is in second. Tremalian kills an epic. Mrs. Hyde is in first. Scholzemom is in second. Mavin Maverick is in third. And we are done. Really? Really? You're gonna what? Trickle me 1 kill at a time per battle? Mrs. Hyde is in first place, 14 kill, 6 assists. Scholzemom is in second place, 1 kill, 13 assists. And Mavin Maverick is in third, 13 assists. We have gold, and the captain's not there. We've got Lancers that no one is currently claiming. So, Tomcat and Mrs. Hyde have been lanced. The stamping gets gold, and we move on to a hard battle on the way to the gold chest. All right, and my musketeers are done, so I'm kind of thinking that we are going to send Puppy out there to run around and kill stuff. Let me finish the bleeping quest. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. And I will return to the read and correct since we've got a couple of new people. Well, got somebody new, just in case. I record while I do the read and corrects, so I ignore the chat while that happens. I will address whatever is said after I'm done, and if the recording runs long, the stream reader battle will be delayed. So I will start by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a story, a chapter from one of my stories, and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time, on Twitch and YouTube. And if you want to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 61 of Stepping Wild. Tibbs crouched, looking the room over. As he sensed, it was bare except for the wooden discs, ranging from a couple of steps across to up to 8 or 9, set in the dirt. Set in the dirt floor, pushing his hand against the ground. Against the ground. To easily sink. And resisted. You know what? Caused it to sink. And resisted when he pulled it out, but it emerged clean. It wasn't mud, but it behaved like it. What he sensed of the essence told him little of what to expect, other than it was connected to the discs. The closest one was within reach, so he placed a hand on it and pushed it down. Immediately, essence congregated under it and pushed back. He couldn't know how much weight it supported without stepping onto it, and he expected that was the point. Even with sensing essence, the runner might think the only test here was to jump from disc to disc before they sunk and dragged him down. He started asking, then stopped. Stu would have enjoyed the conversation, and Tibbs might have been able to get him to let details out about the room slip. Furman would see it for what it was. Mirka would shut down any conversation about the room. The mud was easily twice his height in depth, and without using essence, Tim didn't know if he'd be able to pull himself out once he fell in. If he were able to suffuse himself, it would let him bypass the rules about using essence and let him make it across, regardless of what the essence in the floor did. He also thought that taking hold of the earth essence in the floor to keep it solid wasn't technically using essence, but after the recent exchange, if Furman disagreed, it would bring this run to an end, and Tibbs would have to decide how far he was willing to go to rescue the woman's man. He stood. And where was the fun in outright bypassing the test? He finally had the chance to do a run. He wasn't going to take the easy way through. He placed his foot on the disc and slowly shifted his weight. The essence adjusted, but not enough to keep it from tipping. So he extended and moved his foot to the center, and it shifted evenly, supporting his weight. The change, as he leaned to the side, was slow enough he didn't have to worry about a sudden tip over. At least for this disc. He now had options. 7 discs form a relative straight line to the other side. They were spaced so that at worst, someone unused to jumping might land on the edge and quickly have to move to the center, if that disc acted like the one he stood on. The easy path by all appearances. How do you know how far people can jump? He cursed his curiosity. You think we're going to help you? Murkoff replied mockingly. No, I'd even told myself not to bother, but it slipped out. It's been a long time since my curiosity has been piqued like this. Don't feel like you need to answer answer me anytime I blurt out a question. Why does this feel like you're trying to trick me? Furman asked. You asked a question, tell me not to answer, and yet I feel like I should. Pips looked up from examining the position of the other discs. Maybe you miss having someone else to talk with? Hey, Furman speaks with me all the time. We don't need something like you here to liven things up. He shrugged and returned to studying the room. If he avoided the direct path, the distance between discs would make it circuitous, and each added disc came with an opportunity for Furman to have trapped it in a way he couldn't guess. But they all had one conveniently close, should he have to hurry off. Switching to the next closest disc, since he wasn't using the direct path, he could only place his foot on the edge and the essence concentrated there to push back. He couldn't tell if the essence would act predictably until he was on it. He pulled his foot back and hopped over, landing off center, and had to quickly move as the disc wobble was more pronounced until it settled and supported his weight evenly. You cheated, Mirka grumbled. I just know it. Understanding how a puzzle works isn't cheating. He looked around for the next step. It's not even being sneaky. It's just thinking a problem through. It's why us thieves are the ones to deal with the traps and puzzles in a dungeon. Rogues, they replied with derision. No one ever told me anything about thieves being allowed in. I would really like to know how it is dungeons use the same terms the guild came up with, he mused. I'm sure you would, Mirka said. Don't count on me to be the one telling you. Would they even know? From the conversation with Stowe and Ganny, from what he remembered. From what he remembered of the conversation with Stowe and Ganny, if they talked about, she hadn't been told what she needed. She'd been told what she needed to help Stowe in being a dungeon. He didn't. Okay, so I actually don't need that because I have it here. Yeah. From the conversation with Stowe and Ganny, she'd been told what she needed to help Stowe in being a dungeon. He didn't remember if they talked about everything that meant, but he doubted how terms had been decided on would matter. He could explain some of it with information Stowe had absorbed when runners died, but he was the first person with knowledge of the guild Furman had encountered. Some dungeons could speak to each other, so it was possible information spread that way. But neither Mirka nor Furman had given indication they'd been contacted. And dungeons needed to be old to manage it. With only one floor, Furman couldn't be that old. He wished there was a city close by. It would have been interesting to read what scholars guessed at between runs. He picked the next one because it was an easy jump and landed in its center, only for the disc to tip as the essence moved only to one side. Moved only to one side. He jumped again, bypassing the one he could step to for the obvious trap that it was, and landed on that disc's edge, having overshot the center in his rush. He slipped and landed on his back, a foot in the mud, and hurried to roll and grab onto the edge, his face nearly ending up in the mud as the disc settled. He panted, his heart racing as he pulled his foot out. He sat in the disc center and laughed. A room on the first floor had nearly gotten him. There's definitely something wrong with it, Mirka said. And it wasn't because he'd been overconfident, or because Furman had cheated. For all its simplicity, the trap was a good one because he couldn't know ahead of time how the essence would react to his weight. He had misjudged one aspect in thinking the center would automatically be stable. He sensed as he shifted his weight, and once he knew which side was better at supporting his weight, used it to get to his feet. Of course, Furman said, annoyed, you can sense what's under you. Tibbs laughed again. And it's not helping me. I've got to know, did you change how the room's set up because of me? Didn't you sense the changes I made? He shook his head. I sensed that you made changes, but I wasn't paying attention. Other than the maze's layout, I have no idea what you changed. That's cheating, Mirka yelled. Leave it be, Furman replied. We knew he could do that by the time I agreed to him I agreed to let him do the run. I am curious though. Why do you say that being able to sense what's under you doesn't help? It only reacts once I've landed on the disc. I can only test those close by, and I already figured out they were traps. Once I jumped on this disc, I was too busy not falling off to sense what happened. I don't trust it. It's too willing to answer. Mirka. Tibbs barely kept his annoyance under control. My curiosity runs as deep as my reserves. It's become harder to get answers from people as I age and stop looking like a child. So, short of a question that I think will end up hurting me, I'm going to satisfy Furman, or yours, curiosity. I don't believe you, he shrugged. That's on you. He picked his nest disc as well as more around it in preparation for it being a trap. He jumped, then leaped off as it sunk as if it was in water. Then he was stepping around where he landed to keep that disc from tipping. He was laughing again, hands on knees, panting once the disc had settled. He straightened and looked the way he'd come. He was nowhere close to the halfway point, but he was tempted to go back and test each disc until he knew how they all behaved. But he could do that on his next run. For this one, he had a teammate to rescue. The nest disc could have been set on stone for how little it moved. The next one almost had him fall in as it tipped up under his feet and forced him to make a blind jump. Then two more before a bit of tiptoeing had him hand on knees, laughing. I think you're right. There is something not quite right with him. This is fun. The disc nearly tipped again as Tibbs got to his feet. It's not meant to be fun, Furman protested. It's meant to push you, kill you if you fail. He laughed again. Those of us who survive the runs, we get to liking this. To test ourselves against someone like you. We know we can die, he scoffed. It's what makes surviving so exhilarating. He sighed. I miss this. With a few breaths, he'd settled himself. With a few breaths. Breathe. Okay, why do you not? Yeah. Oh, okay. With a few breaths, he settled himself and jumped to the nest disc. This time, he nearly fell forward, ready for it to move when it didn't. 4 jumps after that, and a near fall, Tibbs landed on the other side. Can I ask a question? Furman asked. Of course. Why didn't you take the central path? Tibbs chuckled. Too obvious. It looked like the path you wanted me to take. So there's no point in me doing that. No one will fall for its trap. I'm not saying that. He considered how to explain it. I made it to Stowe's 4th floor. I've learned some of how he thinks. I saw that path and I knew it would be something he'd do on his first or 2nd floor. The only ones who won't fall for it are those are those who survived that room and runners geez, who have been through enough of a dungeon to know to expect something like that. Why are you telling us that? Murka sounded about to panic. Furman's going to use that so he won't waste time making the room any harder than it already is. I told you, unless I think it's going to hurt me, I am going to answer. Out of curiosity, you have one of the discs in the center path set to pull down in the mud, right? When the answer came, it was uncertain. Yes. How do you know? Tibbs chuckled. I told you, I've been through a lot of runs. Keep that one there, by the way. Why are you telling me that? They ask. It's going to kill those who take it. Shouldn't you care what happens to other runner? It's not certain to kill anyone. Fast reflexes can save a runner, and they'll have a team, so falling in the mud doesn't mean they'll die. But it's a lesson about taking the easy way. He headed into the corridor. That's rarely the right decision, in or out of dungeons. The room with the man was in sight when the creature stepped out of the tree. He was reluctant to call this one a woodling because it was taller than him and with the massive build of a fighter. He formed his sword and shield and readied himself. It had a lot of essence, but it was all life, so no special ability. Other than being in a corridor, it had the sense of a first floor boss, especially with his goal behind it and how it waited for him to approach. He rushed it, coating his leg with water to slide under its attempt to grab him and slice at its leg. And you know what? At the leg. There's a lot of it in there that I can't really remove, so I'll remove this one. All that resulted was a bit of bark flying off. It would be tough. He brought up his shield with a curse, and the wood fighter's kick that impacted it sent him sliding almost to the door of his destination. What? Almost to the door of his destination? You know what? I don't need this because there's only a door. Almost to the door. Fast as well. It was already running at him as Tibbs got to his feet. He coated his arm with earth, but kept himself from using metal to add sharpness to his sword. If it came to an argument, he could justify that, technically. Coating himself wasn't making use of essence. The added edge couldn't fall under that. This time, when the shield took the fist's impact, he only slid a few paces. His return slash bit deep with the added strength. He attacked again, and the wood fighter caught the blade in his hand, some bark chipping off, and then snapped it into two. The following blow sent Tibbs into a tree with enough strength his sight blurred. He ducked as the indistinct form rushed forward and shoved himself away from the wall, chastising himself for being surprised at the unexpected action. He reformed his sword as his vision cleared and focused on not getting hit. There's an H here. As he studied how the wood creature moved, he noticed a fluidity that made him wonder if Fearman was controlling it directly. It hadn't been until the third or fourth floor Stowe had mastered. Stowe had mastered that, but without runners to distract them. Maybe possessing its creatures had been a way to pass the time. He dodged another rush. He couldn't see a strategy beyond attempting to grab him. He ducked and slashed. Pale wood was exposed this time, but the sap that leaked out of it turned opaque and then was bark. So it could heal, after a fashion. This would still cost it. Actually, no. This would still cost life essence. And it had to be limited, even if it hadn't been enough for Tibbs to sense the expense. He ducked. He'd have to work out the rules. He planted his sword in the creature's exposed front and stepped away, leaving it there. He almost had it explode, but that would break the agreement. He recalled his broken sword's essence and absorbed it. Before you complain, Murka, He ducked under the creature's swing. I'm not doing anything with it, just absorbing what's mine. Within being able, okay, without being able to channel an element to quickly refill his reserve, he had to be judicious in their use. He chuckled, anchoring himself and raising his shield. That wasn't a problem he had to deal with, and he'd had to deal with in a long time. Took the punch on it and coated his leg in earth for the added strength. He pushed, slamming it into the trees that made the walls. He grabbed the sword and pulled it out sideways before hurrying away. More bark landed on the ground, and extra was added as it stepped away from the wall. This time he could sense the life essence diminish as it healed. So this would be about attrition. He ducked under its swing as it rushed by, but wooden spike erupted from the arm and cut his back. He bit the pain and cut deep before moving away. He used his life essence to stop the bleeding. You're in it, aren't you, Furman? No. The wood fighter rushed him, the spikes extending the reach of its wild swing, making getting closer to it dangerous. Tib had been certain it was how it adapted so quickly. While he only had those creatures as experience, he talked with Omega runners over the years, and they'd confirmed that first floors were predictable. Were predictable. That came with later floors. The spikes shattered on his shield, and Tibbs hurried to cut the exposed wood. Even badly aimed in the rush, he cut nearly halfway through the arm, then moved away from the other, reaching for him. When it swung again, Tibbs brought his sword up instead of raising its shield. Its speed provided the force needed, and the arm was cut off. Then Tibbs had to step away when, instead of screaming in pain, the creature turned to grab him. Dungeon creatures didn't feel pain. He couldn't use that or anger to get them to make mistake. He stepped back as the wood fighter advanced, flaying its arm at him in what seemed like blind attacks. Blind attacks, plural. He raised his shield and spikes broke off. Like a blind attack. At least he shouldn't be able to anger them. The added cuts only seemed to make its attack more mindless. Then he cut the other arm off, and instead of continuing to attack, I don't need him because there's no one else there, the creature paused, looking at it, then the other. Even without feature on its face, Tibbs thought he saw confusion. As he was trying to work through what was happening, it threw its arm wide, then fell to its side. Moss creeped over it, absorbing it. There was still essence in it. How had... Gave up? Furman asked. Tibbs woke up. What? What did you expect me to do without fists to turn it into paste? Murkar replied angrily. Tibbs stared. The form under the moss was deflating, though was the best word he could think of. That was Murkar? Yes, he replied petulantly. You beat me. Feeling proud of yourself? I didn't know you could possess a creature. I thought only the dungeon could do that. Ha! So you don't know everything. He ignored the barb in favor of sensing his injuries. He could heal them. The splint kept them from getting worse, but it would make the next fight difficult. But the run wasn't done. He headed for the door. As with everything else, it was made of wood, but here it had the look of rough lumber. The kind he'd find in houses built out of felled trees. It did have one thing out of place. The lock was metal. No intricacy to how it had been worked, but the mechanism within it was as complex as any lock on a well-secured door would be. He made picks and set to work. Does being able to sense it make it easier? Furman asked. I don't have to test by feel to know if I've set the pin, and I can tell which pins are tricked. Tricked pins? Some locks have pins notched, so it feels like they're set when they aren't. We learn to tell the difference on the on of the feel, but it slows things down. The lock clicked and the door moved inward. Here, how long it takes isn't a problem, but when breaking into a house, any delay can lead to a guard walking in on me while working. The room was square, with tiles on the floor etched with the arcanus. In the far corner, a haggard-looking man looked up at Tibbs. Stay where you are." Then, because of the confused expression, he repeated it in the local dialect. Every awl, ike, and tear were triggers. He easily stepped around them. Are you a spirit?" the man asked fearfully as Tibbs crouched before him. He had surprisingly few injuries. Mirka snorted. "No, your woman sent me to take you home." He used earth to straighten himself and took the man in his arms. He looked at the door, then the wall to his left. The dungeon's exit was behind it. He looked up and mouthed, "Pleased?" "What happened?" Mirka asked mockingly. Well, this doesn't need to be capitalized. "We're not good enough to speak to anymore?" "He doesn't want the other to know he can talk with us," Furman said. "That we can talk at all." Tibbs nodded. "Oh, then this is going to be fun." He nodded to the wall again. "Tell me you aren't considering it," Mirka warned. He made it to the last room. He defeated the boss we set to protect it. He finished the run. He cheated! I want to see it make its way back with that in its arms. "This isn't about what we want, Mirka. You told me that. I said the challenge. I get those who failed. Those who succeed get to leave." The wall opened and revealed the passage. The man in his arm whimpered as Tibbs stepped into the forest and, to his surprise, into the morning light. And that concludes chapter 21 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available for free on Royal Road. And if you want to read ahead of that and support me in the process, that is on Ream Story. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hey, Captain, welcome to the stream. Your clock has been updated. Did you know how bloody cold it is in Florida? Just went for a 35-minute walk to get some step in. It meant numb. Was not wearing gloves. All right. We've got the rehydrate. From the captain. Hey, Gutter. Welcome to the stream. And we have a wrist stretch from Devilish. So, lateral. Outside. Right wrist. Outside. Left wrist. Your wife is on her way to New York. She packed extra heavy jackets. I hope she packed quite a few because it is also quite cold up here. I'm actually surprised at how cold it is. The general Toronto area in Ontario tends to be a little warmer. And wow, it's getting cold. Inside right wrist. Inside up, center, and down. I am quite glad that I do not have to step out of the house for the next few days. Been playing Baldur's Gate 3 storyline away for a while. Feels like you're coming in fresh again. That's cool. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 51 allies. We're going up against 56 enemies. Come on, puppy, give me 2 kills. That's all I ask of you. 2 kills. And you've got 2 kills. Very nice. Katakrak is in first place. JR is in third. Goes to second. Q is in third. Kinzu, Killir. I've killed Epics. Katakrak is in first. Q is in second. JR is in third. And we have a few enemies left. Where am I going? Oh, that's that I need to go around that. Okay. Wait. Oh, I see. I died at the Kraken's hand. Well, that's okay. We're done. We've won. Katakrak is in first place, 6 kill, 13 assists. Kinzu is in second place, 10 kill, 9 assists. And QS Creates is in third, 6 kill, 12 assists. We have healers, we've got lancers, we've got nobody claiming them. So, Mrs. Hyde has been lanced. Mono Bear's been healed. And we move on to a very hard battle on the way to the gold chest. And I go back, if I can click the thing. Yeah, there we go. To Musketeers. And you know what? We're going to go here. I also need to go clear a quest. This may... Yep, resets now. Alright, so I'm gonna put my mages down and then go back to the Musketeers. The Lancer is definitely not happening. Well, for 14 minutes. But I don't think the next one will happen either. Alrighty, so half an hour to see how this turns out. And I will start another chapter by confirming, where's my cursor? The microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Tindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read chapters from one of my books and correct them as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you want to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 22 of Stepping Wild. Tibbs felt the guard's eyes on him as he carried the men to the tavern. He'd been surprised she hadn't run off to warn the others. Of what? Tibbs wasn't sure. It could have been to gather them so they could protect the village against what had to be some monsters, since anyone before him hadn't returned from the forest, or to tell them he'd rescued one of theirs. He was a sight. He knew that. He'd healed himself as soon as Furman had opened the way to the outside, and cleaned himself when the man he'd carried was unconscious. But his clothing were thoroughly torn. The shirt had enough wood in it. He could have repaired it if he had time to practice. But he'd left his leathers behind. Those he couldn't explain how they'd been damaged without him being injured. Maybe it spoke to the woman's dedication to her role as guards that she'd remain at her post while Tibbs walked past. The tavern fell silent as he entered. The sun was closer to its zenith than away, and there were fewer people there than when he'd left the previous day. "Where can I find his woman?" he called, and a chair clattered to the floor as she stood. "Joe, man!" She shoved more of them out of her way to reach them. He lowered the waking man, and she embraced him. He seemed confused, then embraced her tightly. "Murray, bring us food." They slowly moved to a table. Tibbs turned to the door, only to find people blocking his way. The nearly dozen older people that had been sitting previously looked at him as if trying to decide what he was. "You found him?" one of them asked. "Things." Joe-Man was sobbing now. "There are things in the forest." "What kind of thing?" the man demanded, sounding like he thought Tibbs was one of those. "I didn't see anything." He didn't want to mark Joe-Man as a liar, but he couldn't confirm what he'd said. The best way he could handle it was to play on the man's state. "I followed the trail of broken branches and tracks he left. I found him terrified and disoriented in a copse of trees. The way he's injured, he might have hurt his head. Food, drink, and his woman will help him, hopefully." He waited for their reaction. The slam of a tankard on the bar made him look in that direction. "Who are you?" the barman, Murray, demanded. "Tyborg," he replied. "To Tyborg," the man said, raising the tankard before Tibbs could add anything. "Master of the forest." "Tyborg of the forest," the others exclaimed, the few holding tankards, raising them. He stifled the groan. Why were people always giving him titles? Those were reserved for the characters he played in the cities. "When will another caravan come by?" Tibbs asked as he stepped to the counter and found a tankard placed before him. Behind him, cheers quieted. "You're better off seeing if Mother Natural will sell you a horse so you can ride to them. They only left this morning." And what a commotion that was. The old man, taking his seat at the end of the bar, said. He wobbled on the way there, and his words were slurred. "I'd have expected them to be gone before anyone was up to witness them." He contemplated the tankard, wondering how much of an acknowledgment of the title drinking from it would be. The old man snorted. "Might have tried that. Well, they were almost fighting when I went to see what the noise was about. Didn't look like they'd stop, even when I told them you were dead." He frowned, looking into the tankard before him. He gave Tibbs a furtive glance and whispered to the barman, You see him, right? He's not a spirit haunting me?" "He went into the forest," the barman said. "No one returned from there before." "What was the fighting about?" He sipped the ale. He wasn't thirsty. He no longer needed to endure thirst. But after the walk and being saddled with yet another title, he hoped yet another title he hoped no bard ever heard about. He needed the comfort of ale. He was surprised at taking confirmation of his death for Graydon and Rigel to leave. The guard chief had no patience for those who didn't return in time, and while he could see Rigel arguing for a delay, since he'd grown fond of Tyborg, he couldn't imagine how that would have escalated. The cabin master cared about his schedule more than he ever would one of the guards, plural. No matter how lucky he felt Tyborg was. What fight? Instead of confusion, the old man's expression was craftiness. Not for the lack of light. When he'd mentioned the almost fighting, Tibbs could easily believe he was making it up in hopes of being plied with ale. Maybe an ale is going to help you remember? Tibbs offered the copper to the barman. He took it away from the old man, who was fighting. The old man's frown was exaggerated to the point of being comedic. I don't remember. Maybe it'll come back to me once my throat's wet. You can remember that much without a drink. Tibbs shrugged, moving the tankard to his lips. And if you can't, I'll enjoy it. It is my drink. It is the drink I paid for until I give it to you. The kid and the old man, the drunk hurried to say. Tibbs frowned at the lack of light on the words. He handed the tankard over. There was only one person the man could mean by kid. Even if there were others about Jeremy's age among the recruits, only he still had the enthusiasm that sometimes made him seem much younger. And why would Graydon acknowledge him enough to fight? What was the fight about? He could see Jeremy wanting to go off and search for him, and Graydon would seek to protect the young man from his own folly, but only to a point. Them staying. The old man took a careful swallow, as if he worried it might poison him. Tibbs stared. What? The kid was arguing for them to stay an extra day or two, give you time to come back, and he was wearing the old man down, too. That's when I told them you were dead, that you'd wandered off in the forest, and no one survived going there. He again looked at it suspiciously. I figured they shouldn't waste the time on the dad. How did Jeremy react? Who? The kid. Called me a liar. That you'd never let a forest eat you. He eyed Tibbs and mumbled something in his tankard. What was with Jeremy? What had he done to make the young man think so far too much of him? The old man looked lost there for a heartbeat. The man continued. Then he was hard as stone. If he's dead, he declared in an atrocious attempt at imitating Graydon, we're moving on. There was ordering people to bow. The kid tried to argue, but he got told to go die in that forest if he wanted his men back so badly. Thought he'd do it, too. He had that look in his eyes I've seen on young fools in love before. He was going to prove them all wrong. He hurried to drink, but on him the look was scary. Like he wasn't just going to find his man, he was going to kill anyone who got in his way. Jeremy? Scary? Tibbs couldn't imagine it. But he knew the young man. To the drunk, he'd be a caravan guard, someone who killed bandits and monsters without hesitation. There weren't many songs about caravans, but towns and villages always had stories. After all, what else did the guards have to do until they left? With the caravan, I don't have to say with the caravan. Other than tell of their exploit in exchange for food and drinks. But he left with them. He did not want to have to go search for the young man lost in the forest. I figured he'd accepted the truth, to look at Tibbs again, when he didn't run into the forest, but that look in his eyes changed before he lost himself among them. He wasn't going to get angry for being scammed. He was going to get even. There was some light on the words, but not enough for outright lies. The man had exaggerated things here and there, but the look on his face, the fear he described as he described Jeremy's expression, told him he believed what he'd seen. Not that Tibbs thought he was right. How often had Tibbs told the young man that if he was going to be a guard, the caravan had to come first. He had to put whatever feeling he had aside and focus on protecting the caravan and its people. Jeremy might have wanted Tyborg to be alive, but he'd finally put the caravan first. He just hoped it meant he'd work instead of finding someone else to impress. Tibbs slipped a copper to the barman and passed the new tankard to the drunk. Extra payment for what you told me. Take your time with this one. He turned to the barman. How long until the next caravan? 2 season, if we're lucky. That meant he'd spend the cold season here. Hopefully, someone had extra cold weather clothing so he could buy. He didn't have to worry about the cold, but doing that without appropriate clothing would make people wonder. Where can I get a bed to sleep in? The barman stared at him. Even with a bad horse, it can't be more than a few days to catch up to the caravan. Why would you want to stay here? We're nothing like the places you see. The most entertainment I get is kicking Nielsen out once I'm done listening to him complaining about not refilling his tankard. I wouldn't do that if you did that, the drunk said. Then watching him stumble home. They shrugged. Even without the dungeon, he wouldn't go back to the caravan. Jeremy would be intolerable after being proven right. After being proved right. That if they'd stayed, Tyborg would have returned. Well, the man sounded uncertain. There's space in the attic. Mother Natrella has hay, and if you spread it there, it'll be something. But I don't know about that. Once the weather turns, let's give him something if he couldn't work out a better alternative. Where can I find Mother Natrell? Mother Natrell was the old woman who owned the farm nadir of the village the caravan had ridden by on their way. He sensed the trees had been cut down well beyond where the field ended. She was one of three farmers who provided the village with grains and vegetables. She had animals, but they worked the field and provided milk, not bread, bread to feed meat to the people. Unless the village hunter and trappers were willing to brave the forest, bread and root vegetables were what they had to look for during the cold season. He could bring them meat. Hunting for them would be a way to earn his stay. He'd help or feed the bull and cows while they talked, the goats and horses. He didn't know why the barman had expected him to reach the caravan on either of them. They looked as old as Mother Natrell. By the time the sun touched the treetop, Tibbs had earned himself a corner in our house, the one where her daughter had slept in. This is going to be its own phrase. Slept in. That's going to be semicolon. Actually, no. The one her daughter had slept in before she found a man and they built a home of their own. It came with the task of feeding the animals each morning, cleaning the stalls, and walking the animals that couldn't be set loose within the enclosure. The fence was too fragile to keep them from walking out. He hadn't argued. He knew she wasn't Mama, but she was a woman in need of assistance, and he found it comforting to help her. It also gave him something to do while he let Furman and Mirka get over their encounter. In a few days, he'd go to them. Mother Natrell would have rested, and he'd already warned her he intended to go hunting as a way to help the village. She'd warned him against venturing in the forest and cursed him for being young and stubborn. Tibbs felt eyes on him as he worked, sensed the presence, and was surprised their size was that of an adult instead of a child. A glance over his shoulder as he filled the feeding trough showed him a form hurrying behind the house and remaining there. Mother Natrell was resting in her room, and the hidden person was the only one he sensed, so he formed discs of water, stilling them so they became reflective, and showed him the man peeking around the side. Tibbs had hope there wouldn't be this difficulty. Joe Man didn't approach. Not while Tibbs worked, not when he headed for the tavern once he was done. He'd refused to take food away from his host. She wasn't at death's feet, the way many bars describe older village people, and entire villages, but she had little to spare, and Tibbs had coins to pay for the vegetable stew the tavern had. The men he rescued watched him wearily from 2 tables away. Tibbs didn't acknowledge him. He focused on eating and speaking with those who approached him. From them, he confirmed why the men watched him. They asked about the rescue, the monster he'd had to fight. He denied fighting any and explained the rips in his clothing as the danger of walking through the dense forest. But they went so far as to claim Joe Man had seen him fight them. He didn't want to make the men sound adult, but Tip stuck to the story he told. He found the men huddled in a copse of trees, terrified and confused. Whatever he thought he'd seen or heard, he had to have been had to be because of his state. What it meant, the man had been aware enough. He'd noticed how hurt Tibbs was when he'd taken him out of the dungeon. When Joe Man sat opposite him, he looked scared. Why aren't you telling them what you saw? Tibbs motioned to the barman before replying. I told them I saw you and brought you back to your woman. But the things, he hissed softly. You can't have reached me and not. He closed his mouth as the barman placed a tankard before each of them. With a pitying look directing at Joe Man, he laughed. You had bandages, he whispered. Cuts from thorns, he replied. He should have kept them, and he should have kept some of them. But it wasn't like anyone would ask him to pull the shirt Mother Nature had given him to check something a man had worn when still alive. He wished he had the element of mind. With it, he could soothe the man's mind, make what he'd suffered easy, help him move on from that, move forward with his life. The element could do so much more. Bart sang of adventurers making others believe whatever they wanted with it, made people see things that weren't there and hide what was. But he'd had it. But if he'd had it, he wouldn't use it. He would only use it to help the man. And he was glad he didn't. Few elements scared Tibbs, but mind made him uncomfortable. He could see how easy it would be to abuse it. Easier than abusing corruption, he thought. The things are made of trees, Truman whispered. They're what have thorns, like knives to cut with. He rubbed his injured forearm. The cut had been shallow and already scabbed over. Tibbs had removed the corruption, but otherwise left it to heal naturally. I can't know what it was like, Tibbs said, trying to sound supportive. Being lost and scared like that. I had your trail to follow, and it wandered. He thought about adding details, but wasn't that how confidence artists tripped themselves when they tried to force what they wanted the mark to imagine? You were delirious when I found you. Maybe hunger made you eat something bad. I didn't. He hunched his shoulder as silence fell over the room and continued at a whisper. I didn't touch anything in that abyss-forsaken place. Maybe it was lack of sleep. Why are you doing this? He quietly implored. Tibbs wished he could explain. Tell him he was better not knowing, that there were things that, even if you knew, were real, was better convincing yourself weren't. That there was nothing to gain trying to force what he'd experienced to be real, and so much to lose. Tibbs had seen madness take people in his travels. He knew the price obsession demanded, so he remained silent. The barman came by. How about you go home, Jaman? I want to know why he's lying. He saved your life, the man snapped. How about you just thank him for that? Saved me? Jaman's anger shifted as he smiled. He controlled it. He made the trees move out of his way so he could carry me out. Tibbs kept his disappointment from showing because he'd seen that. Because of how Tibbs had to respond, the others would have to doubt the man's sanity. He spoke as gently as he could. Maybe he could still make it the result of what he'd experienced and not of a broken mind. I didn't. You were scared. tired, hungry, since you didn't eat anything. Your mind, you can't fool me. The chair clattered back as he stood. You're something of the dungeon. Of the dungeon, something made to eat us. I'm just someone who's used to the forest, who can follow trails. I'm sorry you feel I'm responsible for what happened to you. All I wanted was to get you back to your woman. Joe man, the barman said, his tone firm, taking him by the shoulder. You're going home now. He pulled him away and to the door, returning after. I'm sorry about that. You saved him and it's okay. He went through something he can't know how to deal with. It scared him. He'll calm down. The woman at the table next to his snorted. You're nicer about what he said than I'd ever be. I'd have sent him off and warned him never to bother me again. He shrugged. Just like he didn't think there was anything he could tell Joman that would convince him. He wouldn't be able to make the woman question what actions she might have taken, no matter how bright her words had been. And that concludes chapter 22 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available for free on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of that and support me in the process, that is on Ream Story. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. The links are in the notes. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. All right, so this one. Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 71 allies. We're going up against 76 enemies. And we are off with D-Stamping in first place. Q is in second. Katakak is in third. Decanizer kills an epic. I killed another one. So the Sarge is in first. D-Stamping is in third. Hinky was... wait, nope, they're gone. Killer is in second. Q is in third. And now, woof, we've got a couple of rogues screaming to be removed from the map. Killer's in first place. Q is in first place. The Sarge is in third. And we are about to be done, I think. Oh, wait, no, there's still this batch over there. And now we're about to be done. There we go. All done. We've won. QS Creates is in first place, 13 kill, 10 assist, earning themselves top position in both categories. Keller is in second place, 11 kill, 2 assist, and Catacrack is in third, 2 kill, 6 assist. We've got monks, we've got paladins, we've got no one claiming them, but a Decanizer entered this chat, so your clock has been updated. And Muad, Catacrack, Shiny AV, QS Creates, get pals. Mavin Maverick gets monked. And we move on to a very hard battle on the way to the gold chest. Okay, I said mages. And half an hour to see how this turns out. And I will start this morning's last chapter. Confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image. Hey Bob, thank you for the raid. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Alrighty, alright, so I am starting the recording and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 23 of The Captain's Heart. Of Stepping Wild. His stalker didn't even hesitate to follow as Tibbs entered the forest. He'd expected Jomon to turn around once he realized where he was going, but his determination to prove what he believed was stronger than the fear his experience in the forest had to have instilled. Tibbs had decided that 4 days were enough for Furman and Mirka to have calmed down. He'd let Mother Nature know the previous evening he'd be hunting for a few days. The village should have fresher meat. Doesn't need to be fresh. He told her that. He told her then, reluctantly, had admitted he was the one missing eating hearty stews. And an exaggeration more than a lie. Tibbs's life had taught him to eat whatever he could get, but he still preferred enjoying a solid meal. And he would return with a kill. Killing a deer would be simple as he returned from the dungeon, and however long he stayed there would be explained by how long it took his hunt to be successful. The one flaw with his plan was that, armed with only the old sword she'd found in Mother Nature's attic, he'd have to either cause himself injuries or pass himself off as a master hunter to have brought down the animal in close combat uninjured. She'd been surprised when he showed it, or with how well preserved it had been. He'd used his element to remove the rust. He'd been He'd then been reluctant to ask to use it for its use, as she held it wistfully. About about but but she gave it to him. Her man, she said, wouldn't want his sword to linger if it could be used to improve the village's life. If he had to make use of it, he'd use metal to give the blade a proper edge, but he'd have to will it to remain. Making items from essence that didn't need will to continue fell within the ability to make weaves, which he had yet to work out. He'd read multiple books from libraries and universities about it, and even some claiming to contain advanced knowledge on weaving the elements. But weaves were the domain of sorcerers, and they didn't part with what they knew easily, without fault. The books had contained theories as to how weaving was done, but even their basic techniques hadn't produced an item that remained. His stalker only complicated matters in that Tibbs would have to act like he was tracking prey until he grew bored or fearful and returned to the village. The sun was well past its zenith, and still Joman followed Tibbs. The man was bad at hiding. Even without using his sense, Tibbs could follow the clumsy progress. If he'd actually been hunting, Tibbs would be cursing the man for scaring the animals away, and he considered doing so. But what would it accomplish? What would a confrontation do when Tibbs couldn't prove he didn't have magic? That he was a person just like Joman and the villagers. Any denial would only reinforce the man's belief. If he could scare him off, he had wood now. Even without channeling it, he could take control of the essence in a tree. He could turn the forest into something of the man's nightmare, and strengthen Joman's belief in the process. He'd need to channel the element to have the level of essence needed to act subtly enough with the trees. He might pull off the man thinking it was his imagination. But he had no idea who he'd be under Wood's influence. She had a need to nurture. He'd pick that much up to help him grow through his hardship. He'd have something of that. What might he do as such a person when confronted with Joman and the trouble he had? Admit to everything without care for the consequences? Demonstrate the power he had? Seek to help him understand how much the dungeon might help him become stronger? And Joman would benefit. There's no doubt. Knowing everything that was out there, that what he'd experienced had happened, would settle him. Maybe push him to seek the dungeon out and become stronger instead of dying there. But then what? Okay, I'm actually contradicting. Even if Joman could benefit. Let's make it a what if instead of a certainty. Even if Joman could benefit, knowing everything that was out there, that what he'd experienced had happened, that happened settled them. Maybe it would push him to seek out the dungeon and become stronger. Maybe seek out the dungeon. Maybe it would push him to seek the dungeon out. Maybe he'd become stronger instead of dying there. But then what? Could Joman hide what he became? What happened when the rest of the village learned? when the next caravan stopped here, and instead of villagers, they encountered runners. What happened when the caravan brought the news to a city? How long until the guild was here, taking control of the dungeon, realizing there might be dungeons it didn't know about? What happened to the people there here then? No. What happened to Tibbs if the guild took control of all the dungeons out there? So, he did what he claimed he'd come here to do. Acted like he'd found a track and set about following it. With Joman still following, he sensed for something to kill. Something large. Maybe the sight would be enough to frighten the man away. Or maybe Tibbs could let the animal get a strike in and prove he was nothing more than a person. And he'd be weeks, maybe a whole season stuck in the village. They had no one to help his healing, to blame for how quickly he healed. Tibbs hoped he didn't have to resort to that. As he'd expected, Joman was loud enough to scare away the animals. Yeah, the larger animals. That might be the deers Tibbs sensed. When he was able to get close enough to a mass of essence that didn't run off before Tibbs saw them, it turned out to be a bear curled up in the opening of a den dug into a mound. He could take it on. He was confident he could even do so without revealing he used elements. But what would Joman make of that? Would he believe a person could take on a bear and win? More do that without serious injuries? Didn't matter, a skilled enough hunter could take on a bear. What mattered was what Joman would believe. And there was the risk Joman would draw the bear's attention and Tibbs would have to rescue him again. He retreated, forcing the man to scamper out of the way and set about finding another animal. He found a deer accompanied with a fawn in a lighter part of the forest. Far enough, Joman's noise didn't carry to them. The fawn looked large enough. Tibbs thought it would survive without its mother, but he moved on. In a clearing, he found a trio of deers, a buck and two does. The buck was the largest and had more meat, but was this trio part of a larger herd or the start of one? If he killed it, would he end this herd? Only days before, he knew he wouldn't have cared. As a hunter, he'd have wanted to bring the largest kill, feed the most people. But Wood's comment about how he about comment about how the disregard about the disregard Tibbs showed the plants he killed and damaged, that stuck. And while he could accept that he could have said he had to walk on grass even if it damaged it, he didn't have to fell a tree for firewood, and he didn't have to risk decimating a herd just to build the impression of a skilled hunter. A doe would do. And he figured that if there were fawns involved, they would be with the parents. He moved along the edge of the clearing, and thankfully, Joman stayed where he was. Be it that he expected Tibbs was hunting and needed to remain quiet, or that he was exhausted from the long trailing, he didn't care. If he couldn't go to the dungeon today, he wanted to end this and return to the village. Once in position, he caused the stone to clatter on the opposite end of the clearing, and as soon as their attention was in that direction, he ran. Using air, he kept himself from making noise until it was halfway to the doe, close enough it wouldn't matter when it reacted. It would be too suspicious to make it without striking within striking distance without them realizing it was there. They scampered, and with air, he increased his speed to keep up. He might be going too fast, but he had to hope Joman was too far to realize that. Tibbs made his strike only a nick, causing the doe to bolt away, but he guided the point of the sword to the channel of the essence in its neck that represented the strongest blood flow. He let it run, stopping to pant, hand on knee, then searched the ground until he found the trail of blood. He followed it, while the dose slowed and went down. The loss of the essence had slowed as he approached, and when he saw it, the line of blood down its belt looked to be dry, but it still had essence. He didn't know how to go from there to maintain the impression of a hunter. Hunters were usually archers, and they aimed for the heart, which would cause the life essence to burst out of the animal or the person. The hunt was over before it could start. Did it have enough essence to bolt if it noticed him? He didn't think so, but he'd seen desperate people do more than they should have been able to with the little essence they had left. He ran, with air to reach it before it could react. It was still faster than he expected, and the thrust at its chest only left a line on the underside as it jumped to his feet. He turned the ground into mud, where the foot landed, and he was on it as it struggled. The thrust was true, and it stopped moving. The little sense it had left drained away with the sword as he pulled it out. Stringing it up to bleed it out, with Joma now spying on him, proved difficult. He hadn't brought rope. When he had to hunt for his meat, he'd make a stone pillar, hooking a leg and lifted the carcass. Now he took thin branches and removed the other skin. He'd seen guards make... Why is that capitalized? He'd seen guards make ropes out of reeds and other plants, but hadn't understood what they'd done. He had no idea what he was doing here either, other than carefully taking the wood essence, wrapping that around the fiber he pulled, and then weaving the plant matter the way he'd seen, making it into a rope through essence work instead of the physical kind. It would fall apart the moment he no longer willed it to be, but until then, it should seem real enough. The temptation to channel wood to make the work faster was strong enough. He emptied light from the bracer and set that reserved to absorb wood essence instead. He used essence to guide the finished rope. Then, when he threw it over the high branch, tied one end to the deer and pulled it up, tied the other end, and sat to wait. In the early days of having his element, he thought blood was life essence. That as he become more skilled at sensing how it moved through the channels and people, he felt his belief supported. But blood remained well after the life essence was drained out. He'd decided that it was more that blood and life essence moved along the same path. If the essence had created the path blood traveled through, or blood caused the essence to latch onto it as it moved, that caused him to ask a scholar about the body and its interaction with the elements it contained. He never wanted that kind of headaches again. The shadow were stretching before the blood stopped dripping, and Tibbs decided not to wait any more because of his stalker. He cut it down, then hefted it over his shoulder and started walking. Instead of following, Joman headed to where he'd hung the carcass, and Tibbs stopped. The rope still existed because he wanted it to, and he could do so until he was far enough. Night would have come, and if his stalker fell back too far, hoping to find a clue about the truth... "If you lose sight of me," he called, "you might get lost again, Joman." He would rescue the man if it came to it, but they were close enough to Furman. That should be an E. That letting him wander until he understood the folly of venturing in the forest alone might cause him to stumble within the dungeon's influence. Tibbs didn't know if Furman would let anyone cower in a corner this time. When Joman was close enough, he'd be able to see Tibbs in the diminishing light. Close enough he could see Tibbs in the diminishing light. He set off again. He picked a steady pace and didn't alter it. This time it was on his stalker to keep up with him. It wasn't quite full dark by the time they reached the village. Tibbs gave the dough to the tavern owner because he had no interest in figuring out did the meat work. He ate the vegetable stew, then returned to Mother Natural to sleep. He had to wait 2 days before returning to the forest. He'd considered heading back out immediately, but the villagers had swamped him with questions about his hunt. The village trappers and hunters asked where he'd hunted and what animals he'd seen, what monsters might be there. The villagers asked about the magic he'd used to bring down the skill, to know to know where it was. When he pointed out there was no magic in hunting, and the village hunters confirmed it, they pointed to Joman as the source of their claim. So the man had proclaimed Tibbs magical, in spite of not being able to see anything to confirm it. This time, he left well before sunrise, having told Mother Natrell he was going back hunting before turning in the previous evening. She'd been pleased. She was enjoying the extra meat in the stew, while Tibbs thought he'd brought a lot. Oh, she was enjoying the extra meat in the stew, while Tibbs thought he'd brought a large enough deer for there to be more. He sensed the man and his woman in their house, sleeping apart. He hoped Joman would know better than to chase after him when he woke, but readied himself to search for him on his way back from his run, and hoped it wouldn't be his corpse he'd return this time. And that concludes chapter 23 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Royal Road for free. If you want to read ahead of that and support me in the process, that is on a Ream story. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. And I will be right back. I believe Battle Station. Everyone, battle station. We have 71 allies. We're going up against 110 enemies. Arc 10 starts us in the lead. Old Bone is in second, back in second place. Catacrack takes over first. Arc 10 is in third. Mrs. Hyde has killed an epic. Catacrack is back in first place. Old Boone is in second. Gator Paws is now in third. As we decimate the kitten image for Old Boone. I like that. Catacrack is in first place. Old Boone is in second. Gator Paws is in third. And we're done. We've won. Catacrack is in first place. 14 kill, 20 assist. Old Boone is in second place. 3 kill, 22 assist. And Gator Paws is in third. 12 kill, 10 assist. We've got fairies and Deckanizers there to get one. We've got Shinobis that no one is claiming. So Severin Marlin gets a Shinobi and BS7 also gets dusted. And we move on to me collecting scrolls. And then I think still I've got another mage to put down. Yep. Don't know if I'll finish that, but that's okay. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out, and I will be back. All right. And with having taken care of that, it is time for me to go on lunch. Where's my cursor? There's my cursor. To make adjustments. There we go. Did I? Yes, I did. Alrighty. I will do my best to return within 25 minutes in time to run the battle. Otherwise, I will see you all when I get back from lunch. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 68 allies. We're going up against 172 enemies. Tremalion is in first place. The Stamping is in second and third. Tremalion's in second. Catacrack is in first. Q-Wiz takes over second. Tremalion is in third. Q-Wiz has killed an epic. So Catacrack is in first place. Q-Wiz takes that over with a bit of a bump. D-Stepping and Catacrack fight over second place. Catacrack wins it. Catacrack jumps to first. Q-Wiz is in second. Gator Paws, Q-Wiz, Catacrack have also killed epics. So Catacrack is in first place. D-Stamping is in second. Q-Wiz is in third. And we're done. We've won. Catacrack is in first place, 31 kill, 25 assist. D-Stamping is in second place, 7 kill, 37 assist. And Gator Paws is in third, 17 kill, 24 assist. We've got gold, and the captain's no longer with us. We've got Shinobis, we've got Barbarians that no one is currently claiming. So, Old Boone gets Barbarians, Upful Onions, Shinobis, and Mrs. Hyde gets gold. And we move on to an insane battle before the gold chest. And I believe... Yep, a musketeer. And you know what? We're going to put ourselves there again. Okay, time to clear out that quest. What do I need after this? Assists. Very undefined, so I can probably do that with fairies. Half an hour. No, actually, we'll see how this turns out when I get back from lunch. Atoll Station. Everyone, battle station. We have 52 allies. We're going up against 167 enemies. And we are off with Mav and Maverick in the lead. Katakrak is in second, Kinzu's in third. Mavin is in first, Mom's in second, Katakrak takes over second place, BS Evans is in third, Katakrak, Nevo, Mavin have killed Epics. Mavin is in first place, QWiz is in second, Nevo is in third, and this could be a little bit problematic. Numbers are a little high on their side. But, yeah, they're definitely a little high on their side. Okay. Oh, that was close. That was a little closer than I liked, but we made it. Oh, wow, I already got my assist. Mavin Maverick is in first place. 18 kills, 12 assists. Nevo is in second place, 25 kills. And QS Creates is in third, 14 kills. We've got gold, and the captain's not there. We've got fairies, and Decanizer is there. So they get dusted, and then we've got a saint that no one is currently claiming. So Sigma OS gets gold, Muad gets sanctified. And we move on to a gold chest before the boss. And where am I at here? Getting a armored unit? What? Get assist from armored units. Oh, I see. Okay, that's the new one. Well, I only need one from my quest, so how about we try that with a Centurion? This may not be the greatest map for this, since we'll be standing still, but still. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. And this afternoon, it is Chapter 7 of The Last Detour. And we start the battle. I don't know how that's going to look like. For as combative as my characters tend to be, I actually do not care for fighting, to write battles. Oh, am I? Start this. Oh, hey, the Lady Knights. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? How was your stream? How is your day coming along? Things are okay so far. Cold, but okay. Yeah, it's cold here too. Um, I don't know how cold it is right now. It's minus 11 Celsius right now. It's gonna drop to minus 21 Celsius tonight. Yeah. How am I going? I'm doing well. Thank you very much. Had a good read and correct this morning. How goes the words? I'm not quite sure what to do with this chapter at this point. Because it's gonna be pure fighting. And combat is not where I'm comfortable when it comes to writing, which is amusing considering how many of my characters are combat centric. You'd think that with so many characters I have that are heavily into fighting, that engage with fighting, I would do that because I want to write fighting, but ultimately I'm no good at them. I'm not great at it. It does not come naturally. So I suspect that this chapter is gonna be a little rough. I know what I know what I want to happen ultimately. And most of the problem, I think, usually comes from sorry, the hardest fight for me to write are when both sides are expected to be competent. It's very easy for me to write, for example, Tristan going to a bunch of mooks, a bunch of thugs, because he is so much more qualified than they are. And like right now, they're going up against the army. So, yes, the army doesn't quite know what they're stepping into, but there's been a small confrontation with the people in the reservation already, so they know that they aren't pushovers. And on the army side, they are going into this starting as a retrieval. They're there to capture someone. They're not there to blow the town, the reservation up. I mean, it doesn't qualify as a town or a village. Like there's 12 houses there. So it's about writing this in such a way that I don't have the soldiers be caricatures. And I honestly do not know how to do this. I don't. So yeah, I mean, the odds are I'm just gonna, latch on to a thread and see where that goes. Sounds like a handful. Well, yeah, I mean, it's Going to be interesting. Do I ever back? Do I ever look at similar scene in other books to get ideas? Um, Rarely in my books. If I'm going to go, if I will look somewhere, it will be okay in other books. Sometimes the main issue is that I usually don't know where to look because I don't plan. So it's not like I knew a fight scene was coming on that level. Yes, I knew that was coming, but I didn't realize it was going to be this chapter. So it's not like I was able to sit down ahead of time and research what would be needed. I tend to go back on stuff I've already seen. Like, I suspect that by the time I'm done, there's going to be an element of John Wick in this fighting. And the reason would be that it's the last series of fight heavy movies that I've seen. So, and Tristan is on that level when it comes to hand-to-hand combat, to fighting. So yeah, it's and something I'm not deciding right now is when this takes place. Whenever I write the second draft, I'll figure out what time of the day this takes place in. and adjust accordingly. Knowing it, you think knowing when this takes place would help? Maybe. But right now, I'm more interested in the logistic, for lack of a better word, of the fighting. You find setting if it's fighting? Probably. I mean, I have no doubt. But I prefer. I can't focus on too many things at the same time. I'm also realizing that I may be making a mistake in my thinking because realistically, how large, like how large would an attack force be? Like, I'm kind of thinking that like they might not simply dump hundreds and hundreds of people. I mean, the goal of an extraction would be, hmm, would be to go in as undetected as possible. Now, the CIA has already made an attempt, so they have a sense of what they're going up against. Not really finding any much information on the number of soldiers used to do an extraction uh, in enemy villages. So, I mean, I'm making this up as I go, so I am going to. The army, it basically they're being borrowed by the CIA under false pretense, so they're not going like they're on U.S. soil, so they can't just nuke the place. There's no special ops among them. Uh, so we're dealing with quote unquote regular soldiers. Like, figure like there's going to be a few more. As for tools, they have the usual tools a squad of soldiers would have. Enjoy the lady rights. Now you can disturb people, and you're disturbing me. Okay, cool. Disturb away. How to write. You will accept any answer other than sitting down and writing. Well, the thing is, that's how you write. If you are not going to accept an answer that includes writing, there's nothing I can tell you. There's nothing I can do because you write by writing. Anything else is not writing. You don't want to write? Well, then you do not have to write. Battle. That's not what I want. Battle station. One battle station. We have 57 allies. We're going up against 119 enemies. And we are off. Deckanezer's in the lead. Mrs. Hyde is in second. Darth is in third. Really? I'm not moving? Come on. All right. Am I getting assists? I got 4 assists. Good. I think that's what I want. Get assists from armored units. Cool. That Dark Tigris is in first place. Deckanezer takes that over. Shane is in third. Destamping Tigris, I and probably others have killed epics, and there we go. We're done with that. Deckanezer's in first place, 5 kill, 32 assists. That Dark Tigris is in second place, 25 kill, 8 assists, and Shine is in third, 22 assists. We have gold, and the captain's not there. We have berserkers, we've got musketeers, we've got no one claiming those. So, Kinzu gets gold, that Dark Tigris gets musket. Maverick goes berserk. And we move on to the boss battle. And I need to clear quests before I do anything. items. Oh, okay, that is done. Very nice. And do I really want to bother with this? Well, it's not like I got anything else to do. When will my mage? Let's say 2 hours. I might be able to put one before. Okay. Come on. Cute. You know what? Let's go with this guy. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out. Alright, let's see what James. Let's see, 654 words. The anecdote of the aristocracy. First companion novel, the customer gets what the customer wants. Congratulations, James. No. Oh, that is very much a good clip, James. Very much a good one. And it looks like Colo also clipped it. And consider yourself hugged back, James. Which, whatever you've left me after 5 of those. It's dubbed? Oh, doubled. No worries. Ah, James, I see. Ice cream? Yeah, I would definitely like that, but I don't have any. Enjoy the lurk. Oh, unlurk. Oh, okay. You're lurking. All right. Off to suffer and maybe stream. All right. Enjoy. Battle station. Everyone. Battle station. We have 58 allies. We're going up against 140 enemies. And I need assist from armor. Right, this is what I'm trying. And really, just kills? Come on. Come on, give me assist here. I need assist. I got one. How many do I want? 5. I want 5 assists, buddies. Come on, come on. I'm up to 4. Yes, all right. I should not be focusing on that. Catacrack is in first place. Arc10 is in second. Darth is in third. It looks like I'm not getting my fifth. Catacrack, me, Quinn, and others have killed epics, and well, it'd be nice if one of them killed them while I'm. Oh well. Oh, cool! I got 7 in total. All right, I got my. Oh well, I don't know where these last 3 came from, but I'm pleased. Catacrack is in first place, 31 kill, 13 assist. Darth Torlin is in second place, 7 kill, 24 assist. And Arc10 Telemetros is in third, 31 assist. That was a very deadly battle. We've got gold, and the captain's not there. We've got flying rogues that no one is currently claiming. So, Shane gets wings. Darth Torlin gets gold. And we move on to the next map, where there will be token and a boss. So, we start with a hard battle on the way to tomorrow's token chest. Alright, I need to clear a quest. And this is a reveal over time. Well, let's see what happens. Let's go here. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Hey, Akla. Welcome back. How are you doing? Um, you did hear a welcome back, Akla. The reading correct went well. Did six chapter, three for Captain's Heart, three for Stepping Wild. Starting to figure out that you're a pantser. Okay. Every time you try to advance your outline, you want to write it. Then write it. I'll be right back. Battle station. Everyone, battle station. We have 43 allies. We are going up against 106 enemies. I need 7 assists. Decanizers in first place, Insoraptors in second, Tigris is in third. Come on, people. Help me get my assists. I need 7. I've got 2. Tigris, Darth are 10. Kill Epics. Decanizers in first, Kevin Yeti's in second. Destamping takes over second, takes over first. Kevin Yeti's in third. I've got 5. Come on, I need 2 more. I've got 6. I need 1 more. Somebody heal me. Let me. I've got my 7. Yay! Alrighty. Destamping's in first place. Decanizer takes over first. No, Destamping's in first. Decanizer's in second. Mrs. Hyde is in third. And we're done. We've won. What? Oh, come on! I've got 8 assists. You're telling me only 2 of those were... What kind of assist were... Okay, wait a minute. Those are assists from armored unit. How the hell do I have 8 assists? I'm an armored unit. Like, they're all assists from armored... Or are you saying armor units are the ones who need to assist me? No, I don't know. Destamping's in first place, 20 kill, 2 assist. Decanizer's in second place, 17 kill. Mrs. Hyde is in third, 17 assist. We've got archers, we've got barbarians, we've got no one claiming those. So that Dork Tigris gets barbarians. Kikyo 179 gets shot. And we move on to a hard battle on the way to tomorrow's token chest. Okay, I want to read what this actually says. Get assists from armored units. I put an armored unit. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. I can... The rest were boosts. Okay. Alright, well, you know what? I'm going to put my other Orc Slayer and we'll see what happens. No, that's what. Alrighty, it is past 2 p.m. Time for me to visit the shop where ferries get purchased. I'm above 20k. I get a refresh. I'm above 25. I get another refresh. And I'm above 30. So a last refresh. And that is that. Half an hour to see how this turns out. And to visit the viewer side shop. Come on. Where archers get purchased. I'm above 50k. I'm above 55. I'm above 60. And that is that. Oh, right. Did get that. No. Not a rifle, it's a machine gun. That's the term I had wrong. It's gonna do a great. Very much on the short side. Mm. Battle station. Everyone, battle station. We have 70 allies. We're going up against 94 enemies. Let's see. Arc-10 is in first place. Navo is in second. Twinkle Otard is in third. I'm getting kills. I want assist. Come on, people. Let me get assist. Really? Am I just going to decimate everything and not get one assist? Oh well. Arc-10 is in first place. Twinkle Tart is in second. That Dark Tigris is in third. And we're done. And yep, not one assist in this entire battle. Pudsey Hookman is in first place. 9 kill, 53 assist. Twinkle Tart is in second place. 13 kill, 33 assist. And that Dark Tigris is in third. 27 kill, 15 assist. We've got gold. And the captain's not there. We've got a saint that no one is currently claiming. So, Pudsey Hookman has been sanctified. Chameleon gets gold. And for the last battle of the day, we go very hard. Alrighty. Actually, let's tag this. Should be enough space there. Really? Yeah, you know what? I don't care. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Atoll Station. Everyone, battle station. We have 70 allies. We're going up against 97 enemies, and we are off. Michaud's in the lead. Aliwan is in second. Katakrak is in third. Come on, make me visible. I'd like to see what's going on. I'd like to see what I'm doing. Looks like, am I not getting anything? Wow, I did not make it. Oh, really? One short? One short of accomplishing it? Jenny Mon is in first place, 1 kill, 26 assists. Tromalion is in second place, 25 kills, and Navo is in third, 4 kill, 20 assists. We have gold, and the captain's not there. We have paladins that no one is currently claiming. So, Decanezer, Mope, Moose, and Navo get pals. Sergeant K Dog gets gold. And that brings the battling to an end for today. Tomorrow morning, we will start... tomorrow morning, placement will start for a very hard battle at 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time. We will have token, boss, and whatever the next map brings. So, I hope to see you then. And with my writing done, I will raid someone new today. Alrighty. Thank you very much for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Stepping Wild, and in the afternoon, The Captain's Heart. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good weekend when it arrives, and I will see you when I see you.